Yo, how's everybody? Welcome back. It's Friday, and my scattered this week. Don't know exactly what I'm doing. At least not on stream. So many projects, so much to do. I know I'm starting, but yeah, I don't know. So trees will finish next week. Fingers crossed. We have, I don't know, whatever we do today. Oh, actually, you know what? Since I am so undecided. Okay. I'm so undecided. That's too. Doesn't feel right. And getting situated, it's a whole thing. Cool. Let's actually maybe open the Lamia. I don't know. I have flip-flopped so much about what I was gonna do. And I haven't stopped yet. Somebody stop me. Someone give me a direction. I think once I get the nodes done, maybe I'll get that over the weekend. I believe Sunday I'm gonna have a little bit of work time. If I can get that done, maybe I will force myself to sit down and do more design. Because it's tricky, and it probably is just something where I need to just keep going back, sitting down, doing some work. I don't know if I do that on stream exactly, but it needs to get done. I need to train myself to do it. So we're going to say March touch-up. When did we do this? Yeah, that was... I have different ideas. I don't know if they're fully formed ideas, but you know, don't ask too much from me. We out here doing it all. Sometimes we get a little scatterbrained. Sometimes the direction's less clear. Okay, I don't like this at all. I have ideas, radical ideas. Will they be good? Don't know. I promise nothing. Okay, let's try something. Or just figure it a little bit more curvy. Get it a little pointy back here. We're changing bone structures. We have to like get rid of a bit of our muscle structure. Also figure out what the bones look like and why. Hope this is not the forever figure. Working on this one Lamia forever. I hope I can finish this eventually. That's I guess what I'm really getting at. If I've ever felt fully, I don't know. The basic form was okay. Maybe I should just go back to that. Maybe I'm pushing too hard to make it weird. Okay, kind of warp. I don't like it. I have other ideas too. We might hit those other. This. That. I don't like the loss of volume too much. I hate it. I hate it. Everything I do is bad. We're gonna ignore that. We'll move on. Go on. Trying to expose. I don't want it to be emaciated. I can't make it emaciated. I hope it does. Which means you get ribs or you don't get ribs. And if you get ribs, then you gotta make everything else really gaunt. I don't. Am I ready to commit to that? That's the thing. Here we go. We're realizing we're having a little sculpt therapy right now. Like that would be better. You think rib cage goes up a I just want to get this bump. Okay, I have ideas about the back. These, with the right texture, I'm sure they're gonna look fine. But until then, I'm always gonna have second thoughts. We might Might change it. As long as I'm having second thoughts, it's definitely not dialed in, right? Now the back. Maybe if it flowed the back more. And I have some weird ideas that I wanted to try out, but maybe they're not for this. Doing this, we're gonna do it. No? You know what I mean? There may be a division there. This kind of half-assed. I'm tiptoeing towards what I think might be cool. Because I also don't fully know how we're going to put it together, but it'll be fine. It'll be good. But it might be going a little mechanical with it. Yeah. So I'm going to figure out, why would it have... like a shell? Maybe it just has a shell. Maybe I just need to be bold and daring. Like, if you're gonna put something somewhere, right? Very unobtrusive on the back. Yeah. That curve might need to be more. Might need to be less. Something that supports the weight of what we're about to put up here. Okay. My other idea, I was looking at some Geiger stuff. You know, he has stuff that reoccurs. And then this stuff you just gotta really look. Not jump out at first. Not in every piece. But I gotta think how to do it, because we don't want to like block too much the mobility of the head. Not that we need it, but it's not believable. I don't know many animals that have very restricted movements. Doesn't make sense. That can't quite lift, but I think down. Maybe. Far enough back, it might be okay. That might also make it a shell. We need this to have like something corresponding, maybe. There's gotta be some interface here. And then we need to have volume for muscles to look functional. They must grow separate. And then I kind of want to give him like a knee. And then like a starish. Separation here, but need to figure out, are we gonna separate it completely? Then I keep saying the knee, like I do kind of want that. Then we need this. Keep putting this in. This is like a beetle hinge. Kind of where, what I see in my weird mosh. Pull some shapes out of it. My odd clay Rorschach, if you will. And actually should be, we're gonna do the whole beetle hinge. They have like a kind of a gem shaped muscle in their back. It allows them to activate both of the, we might make that a lot bigger. I have to see if we can do a nice kind of merge of flesh and crab. All of a sudden, taken a very aberrant turn. Still feel like we want to pull the shape out on the back. Okay. And this maybe all collapses in. Oh, maybe this is gonna be a mouth bag. Maybe if I think about it like a mouth bag, it will just be a wonderful project instead of a challenge. We could do the elephant nose splitter, but I kind of want... I don't know. We could also add to this if we want to have a fold out mechanism, which the whole thing is kind of turning into a engineering project, which might be okay. Might be fun to just tool around today on this glorious Friday. This. Okay. Okay, kind of crabby. We carry it all the way over. We gotta keep it small. It's kind of a thing. It's kind of cool. Seems getting slow though. Full neat. So I kind of like the thing here. This just meld it a little bit. It's kind of cool. It's kind of a thing. I need to delete a lot. And we need to figure out how the operation is. Can I trash a lot of this, maybe? Oh, those are nails. Those are important. Definitely some stuff in here that we probably don't need. We'll probably take out some projectiles, right? What do we have for projectiles at first? Oh, I don't know if we're gonna stick with those either. I could take them, I could leave them, you know? Okay. We just need to focus on the back. Why does it look so awkward? Hmm. Okay, maybe they flap open in like 2 directions. On like maybe they flap out this way as well. Cool. I wonder, do they need to be closed? Do they need to open and close? Do they need to retract at all? I mean, obviously it would be the coolest. I mean, we could try and pull this into the completely separate, slightly boned tentacle thing. It's like something that's going to take a while to fully flesh out. Sorry, I kind of thought that was going to be fun, but it was lame. I didn't commit to it. Apologies. The best way would probably be smoothing the whole thing down and pulling something else out. But we don't necessarily do things the easy way. This does feel like it would be cool. Have I made a horrible mistake? Maybe. Am I committing to it? Maybe. Okay, how much do we separate? Next question. How far do we take this? Oh, I kind of like that. Let's split that off before we continue. Sometimes you get some really nice accidents. Happy little accidents, you know? And maybe we found one. Like that. That's kind of cool, right? Maybe we put a little thing around and make sure that this has the girth that it needs to. Wow, and the mirroring kind of held up the whole time. I'm super impressed with Mudbox today. Think about maybe making it actually have like just a triangular slit thing. If that makes sense. We might do that. It's also something, if I just jump to that, it will be put in and then it will probably be committed to if it doesn't suck. Sounds well and good, but would I lose? Maybe I could experiment more, get better results. Leave it open for now. Because I could also do snout. Snout could be interesting. Not too bad. Going okay. It's weird. I'm kind of nervous with it. Maybe we save us a news. Yo, what up, Toast? What are you up to today? How's your Friday going? Or are you just lurking? Are you lurking? I'm not gonna call you out. You do you. But glad to see you. Glad to know you're still alive. Looks crazy. Time means nothing to you? I wish. I wish. So yeah, this is a project that's gotten out of hand. So it came from 3.5 D&D. There was something called a Lamia, and it was like top half lady, bottom half lion. I've been trying to figure out how not to just have her fire like a bow and arrow at you. Maybe we should just go like spears, javelins, bow and arrow. Maybe I should go. Whatever. It's ADHD. That's real. So what are you up to today? I assume that means no weekend plans either, right? Those hips get kind of narrow. Better. Hey, Sculpting! What up, Callus? How are you? What are you working on today? I'm putting weird bug or crab parts on the back. And then I don't know what this is. Elephant trunk thing? I don't know. Part of me does think that we should just go back to the regular one and give it a bow and arrow or a sack of javelins. It's kind of cool. It's a vibe. Making a prop for a pose? Maybe. I see. Okay, so we just have an indecisive creation day. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, I have so many things I kind of want to do. Maybe we'll jump from this. I also wanted to do a treant. After yesterday, I was like, let's do it. Let's do a tree person. They can shoot like thorns. Maybe they could have thistle hands and the thistles like. So if we had solid brown lasers, would that be like instant growth? That look like instant growth? Guess there's no persistence. That would be the problem. Maybe in the middle of the laser, we would have to have like a snap effect happen. That could be kind of cool. You're making a shitty second graphic for work, so that they pick the first graphic. I like that. What have I... There was a term that I've heard someone give that. I think they called it like birding? Because there was an artist that would put like really dumb things into each thing that they did because they knew that their clients always wanted to make a change. So they would always put something a little over the top. And the one that made it click for them and why they chose the word is they had a character that looked really good doing like a really expressive pose. And then they just put like a dumb looking bird in their hand. And they were like, well, I put the bird in so that way the client could tell me to take it out. And that is birding. If you want to go with that. Yeah. It might not be exactly that, but I love that story. Love that idea. You don't know if it works with the pose, but you have to make something to test. It's real. Want some whip spam? Yes, please. We always want spam. Yeah, I don't know. This could kind of be a thing. It's just so extra. I think that's the problem I'm having. Do I want to be this extra? Is this me? I'm just going through a phase. Do you ever have that? Do you embrace the phases? I don't. Love this ridge. Got on some bumps. Boop. And ooh. I mean, that's pretty cool. I was also thinking about doing a hydra. I've been talking about a hydra for a while now. I just don't have any inspiration for it though. I like this. Pop some eyes in there. Wait, are you going for skull? Or are you going skull and then flesh? Either way, I like it. Excited to see where that goes. Yeah, Catless is on Blender. So do you use a different material? Because that doesn't look like the default Blender material. Half of it approximately, or 1/3. Fair. Just a madcap. Cool. I should try that next time I do sculpting in Blender. Maybe like that. And crisp this up. Oh, maybe, do we do a lightning round? I was also thinking about doing a mole man. I don't know why. And then I looked up moles and I'm like, you know what I mean? We could do it though. So, is your kobold going to be standing on top of the dragon skull? Is that the idea? Come out. And push in. And pull up out of there. Kinda? Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. Wait, if we're going to talk about kobold things and story things, if you don't mind, would you think it odd if you don't see gnomes for a while? I just feel like the technology they have, and like you need to kind of be prepared at that point. I kind of want it to be like maybe like trogs. Maybe we do like a troglodyte invasion of the kobold warren. Like gnomes are obvious and they will be a problem, but do you want to unveil gnomes right away? Like that, not that they're the trump card, but I don't know. Should be fine. Cool. Intro speech just puts them on the map right away. We might split that up. We might put a bunch in the middle. Yeah, I don't know who the narrator is gonna be. I assume it'll be the main character. Yeah, I guess there is a ... that's out of order. Because we won't experience this stuff from the past, like the ramifications, until we get to each city. So we'll see like how it is currently and why it was. I liked the Diablo cinematics, how it had like travel cinematics. Introduced you to a place while having like some story characters. I don't know, they have a weak story, but it's also standing the test of time. The weaker the story, the more I'm like into it, strangely enough. Like Elden Ring, how did I get so enthralled in Elden Ring? I still don't fully understand when most of the lore is just like, I don't know, the characters barely say anything. You're just reading item descriptions. Completely into it though. Weird. So yeah, I wonder how much we tell. Story games are really hit and miss for you. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people, well, the players of Diablo games are not necessarily there for the story, but it's cool to think about story bits while you're playing. Taking you out of the game to to feed you story is kind of problematic. I think. Hey Ben, how are you? You don't like to get railroaded into things? That's fair. That's very real. So yeah, MechWarrior had, I feel like, had minimal story, or story that you could kind of ignore. In Diablo, you definitely, I mean, there are settings and reasons that you're at places, but you can skip every dialogue. You don't have to read every dialogue. More often than not, Story's character uh, has a character make choices that you don't like. That's fair. That's very real. Yeah, I think I want it to be more of a passive. Like, as you talk to people, the world should feel cohesive. Um, yeah, maybe you don't even need to talk to people. Because I don't know what choices you need to make. I feel like kind of the point of the game is that you exist, and your existence and the fact that you're going to do anything in the world is kind of the impact that it needed to be. Need help? Unity says the modifier private is not valid for this item. If you remove private, does it work? I think everywhere, almost everywhere that you put private, you could delete private and your code should still work. A lot of people argue, no, it won't, because people won't know what they can touch and what they can't touch. Your code will compile and run. Private does only befuddles things. Nope, it doesn't. Okay. I would need to see more of the code. What are you trying to do? What are you declaring, a variable or a function? Okay, wait. So we need to commit to having like a sheath around here, I think. Unless we're going to separate the whole thing from the back. Which might not be the best idea. Take a screenshot? Cool. Okay, so wait, this is the code we have. Private void apply gravity. If else Hmm. I guess where is this? If this is inside of another function, then you can't do that. Move this up to here. That makes sense. Yo, Tone. How are you? How's your week been? Happy Friday. Dragon Age Origins is supposedly a good game. You just had to drop it right at the start because of story choices. I'm with you. The wife really liked it, and I was always like, I can't, I couldn't. I also didn't like being. I don't like being in awkward positions. Like, if a game puts me into a position that I don't love or that I wouldn't support currently, like starting me as a slave, like, I don't know, I get it, but also, uh, most people don't want to be slaves. If it's not a political statement game, then maybe don't put that in. You know what I mean? And Dragon Age put you in a situation where you're locked in a tower and everyone thinks that you're evil and you are like a walking time bomb or something. And it's just like extremely awkward. So Dragon Age Inquisition, I watched the wife play, and that was really good. I have it, and I will play it at some point in my life. Yeah, Tony, how's your week? How are you? What are you up to? Everything fine in me? Not too shabby. Doing pretty good. Been publishing VODs to the VOD channel. And that's been nice. Just knowing that I have like the frog. I think the frog is pretty much all up there. Up to animations. That's cool. Twitch keeps deleting my content. Hmm. Hmm. It stands for video on demand. So any of the streams that are not live are considered VODs. Now it says this. Character controller doesn't exist in current context. Okay. Velocity doesn't exist, gravity doesn't exist, direction doesn't exist. Okay, so do you have somewhere where all these variables are defined? Somewhere where it would be like float gravity and vector 3 space underscore velocity. Oh, also, does this velocity need an underscore before it? Hmm. And image cur, be able to trust you. I feel like all of them are missing. No, you don't? Well, then you should. Good. Yeah, all of character controller dot is grounded. That seems like a custom function or a custom variable. It's a little tricky to help. You only give me tiny snippets of your code, and do you know how a variable works? Uh, boop. So a variable needs, in C# anyway, needs a type, like a float, and then it needs the variable name that you use to refer to it by, such as gravity multiplier. And then at some point this needs to get initialized, which means that you need to use an equal sign and then put a floating number after it. So you can do this, and you can have like a gravity mult equals 1f. You can also have all of it in one line, like a vector 3, and then you can have gravity underscore gravity. And you can say equals new vector 3 0 9.8 0. So that's how we tell Unity that we have these names that we can reference, and they're going to be filled with data. So yeah, somewhere this stuff needs to exist for every variable that you create. And then after that, you can do whatever you want. Like gravity multiplier can be like, times equals 2 if you need things to get heavy for, I don't know. You know what I mean? That makes sense? I zoom. You can also do that if you need to. It's like this is declaring, and what I'm doing right now is a comment. The 2 lines before it means that the computer doesn't read this line of code, so you don't need to write this line of code if you don't want. But this is declaring a variable. This is initializing a variable. This is both declaring and initializing. If you try to do this one outside of a function, like in a class, but outside of a function, it might yell at you. This one's okay, but you have to do, the fact that you have to do a new one here, it might not love that. You could set it to a constant though. So like, I don't know, I want to make accurate variables for you. Gravity direction can be equal to vector 3 dot down, because vector 3 dot down is like a constant or something. But then this one, this needs to happen in a function, but literally only because vector 3, and if you're using a new. Yes, and then code needs to happen inside of a function, anything that like runs. You can put like declaring variables, and you can put declaring functions into a class, but then code that does something like this needs to happen inside of a function. So like void start. Every new script starts with a start and an update. So you need to, that would just like at start, change it. Just the once, it would multiply gravity by 2. You also have void update, and this runs all the time. If I do gravity multiplier equals multiplier equals 1, that means that at start it would be set to 2, and then as soon as we get to update, which happens after start, it would go back to 1, if that makes sense, and then it would keep that at 1. So yeah, technically this would need to happen here. Now, I know this is a lot, but encapsulation or scope, these little squiggly brackets, they mean that the start function contains only what's in between the opening and the closing one. You see how they highlight here? So if you make a variable inside of this, it doesn't exist in other places. But if it is declared outside, like these are declared outside, they should be available inside the class, the functions. That makes sense. So you can't use gravity here. But you can use gravity here. And also we go from top to bottom. So you can't use gravity. We're doing like a real crash course. You can't use gravity here. This is literally before gravity gets defined. Declared, initialized, defined. Oh yeah, we can use it anywhere after. Times equals gravity multiplier. I don't know why you would do this, but this technically makes sense. You'd like increase the gravity multiplier, make the gravity bigger, change this back. Horrible spaghetti code, but hope that gives you an idea. Do you have any questions? I know it's like a super quick crash course, but fixes all the errors, but one error, it says float does not contain a definition for is grounded, and no accessible method is grounded. So is grounded is going to be a boolean, I think. So it should be called a bool. Is grounded. And that can be either true or false. Float doesn't contain a definition for is grounded. So you tried somewhere to do float dot is grounded. You don't want to have a dot here. This needs to be a space. But also bool. This bool can be true or false. It's gonna yell if it doesn't have an F. Cool. Hopefully that helps. Oh, what if they are like crab legs? Okay, wait, if they are crab legs, that changes things, I think, from our elephants now. Something that should be like a hard shell dealy. Hmm. A little asymmetry here. Yeah, Tony, what are you up to on your journey to game developer status? Any updates? Now it says cannot implicitly type bool to float. Wait, did I make a mistake here? Yeah, is grounded. Why would that? So where is it having a problem with that? Because here, if you're using it in more places, this is just saying if character controller is grounded. So is grounded should be on your character controller. And yeah, this uses it like a bool. So yeah, what line is that coming from? Float velocity, float gravity, float. You don't want to float character controller. Character controller, I think, is going to be your character controller. Direction, float gravity, bool is grounded. So yeah, the bool is grounded should be on the character controller. That's why it's character controller dot is grounded, because it describes an aspect of what the character controller is managing. bit smaller. Wonder, I haven't used any of the default stuff in a long time. Wonder if Unity has decent default character controllers. Do you have a character controller? It worked. You needed to change the float character controller to bool. Cool. Very cool. So what does it do now? Can you jump? I think you were doing movement stuff last time, right? It's kind of cool. Kind of looks like it telescopes. Kind of like it, but it's really weird. It's totally crab-backed. Did the... I don't know if it meshes with the front exactly. Still don't love this ribcage. Why you like this? This part kind of scooched up there. Okay, so that does telescope. It's gonna be really weird. Really weird. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just a semi-permanent emplacement. Almost ready to be cut off, though. I might need to kill some birds. Let's give them more movement. Camera's flipping on me. Okay, maybe it can sit inside the top of this smokestack thing. I have to build out some part of the AI that at least unfolds the weapons when you first get spotted. Because now we have a lot of unveils. Which are kind of cool. Also, maybe a little different from Mech Warrior. There's a couple of flaps that they have. A couple of flaps on like missile racks because they're big flat faces. Very vulnerable. Also a pain in the butt. It's actually a little animation cost to opening them. Unless you keep them open and then you don't get the damage resistance. The thing I want to do here, I don't know if I want to sculpt it in. Know if I like what I just did. For ARG, I like some of it. And making original content, hard. I think there's a lot of things that would look okay. I don't want it to look okay, I want it to be amazing. You know what I mean? Alright, wait, am I cheaping out with the stretches and wrinkles and stuff? Maybe. Oh, it's cool little things happening, but they don't always survive. Getting melded into one cohesive thing. Okay, I think we just need to put a lip here. We need to commit. Put a little lip separation between back and weird gun limb. You know how it be. Talk. Hey, Catless. If you're still around, are you serious about project management stuff? Do you have a favorite project management tool? Kinda curious. Maybe I should flirt with it. But yeah, probably can't do it for real at first. Probably have to I don't know. I'm gonna make mistakes. I want to make anything important. Yes and no, sort of. If you were making a game dev project, like a certain someone, do you have recommendations? You don't have projects that need management. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I think too. But then you organize my projects, and now I'm feeling like, maybe Catless had a point. But if there's more than one person, there would have to be some way to have a point of communication with some permanence. I mean, it's true. I think, I don't know. One of my problems, I think, is the permanence. Like, I think our minds change and ideas warp, and anything not freshly discussed or actually implemented, is it real? Should we be beholden to it? It can get in the way of the other real development that you do. I don't want documents proving that past me had an idea that's going to get in the way of future me. But yeah, I don't know. Someday. I think there might be a point. Like, if you want to have people game test for you, if you're going to have anyone coordinate game testing, they absolutely need to be completely in touch with how the game's supposed to perform, which to me kind of means at some point you write a full game dev doc about how the game performs. Not the hopes and dreams of what the project should be, but like how it actually functions right now. And then part of me thinks you should constantly throw that out. Hard to be beholden to an older piece of information when things are constantly changing. You're not wrong. My way of development is not the world's way of development. If you get two good ideas at once, both take time to implement. Sure, and if they survive the test of time, you remember what they are, and they mesh well. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I even have somewhere where I note everything down. But I think I need to get a couple more diverse perspectives on the story before I move forward, and it might be good to just put that somewhere. Somewhere easy to share. Yeah. So I don't know. There's some things that I don't want to implement because they're too knee-jerk. Like if I ended up going the game dev route, I'm sure at some point I would have put potion, and everyone would assume that okay, we need potions, but I'm not sold on potions. I feel like in a positional game, potions are kind of like your life raft, but maybe it's always supposed to be more dangerous. Maybe, I don't know. Because in games after Diablo 2, potions largely feel cheap or like a game mechanic because they're like not about buying potions. Diablo 2 has a nice economy where like you need to sell enough stuff to buy potions constantly to be going through the game fast enough. And then you need to farm every once in a while to top up your golds to buy more potions to go through the whole thing. Like we could do that, but that's like a whole aspect, like a whole thing. You have to like know that your economy is going to be good. Where in a single player game, an economy can just be there, you know? Like if you give some way to destroy items but you don't get any return for it, it feels cheap to just have a looter where you just literally trash items. Game dev's hard. Yeah, I don't know. And also, the game might feel better and more extreme if we do have just like shrines that you need to be close enough to. Strip them out altogether. I feel like a lot of games have either cheapened or removed potions. We could have a whole culture that helps you regain health. We could have two. We could have like a necromantic health regain, and we could have like a life plant health regain. You have two different regens, but they might also have different flavors to them. Like one could be siphoning life. I'll have to check that. That can get OP pretty quickly. You could limit lifesteal to some objects. That's true. It'd be interesting to test that actually. Could we limit it to glass cannon type things? So you're always like on the edge, like you brittle bone. I don't know. Do we want bone to be brittle? Kind of thought it might be a good reinforcing structure. But yeah, maybe we could make it glass cannon stuff. You're always like riding a thin line of health. Like power cores that have other limits? Kinda. I don't know fully how it's gonna. Well, I know how I'm implementing it. I know how it kind of works, but I don't know exactly what the full system looks like, where you have different items attached to your mech, and you can have different parts, and you can have different mods in mod slots on those parts. So you can. I don't know. We have a lot of different modifiers that we can use. We could just maybe limit some things. So yeah, lifesteal's all on bone. Maybe bone, just like as a base, has very low health on it. But also maybe synergistic stuff. Like maybe having more plant stuff all over your body would like benefit more, like set bonuses almost. I don't know. Could be interesting. Lots to explore. Yeah, it's a little money back here. It says the type or namespace trigger cannot be found. Are you missing? So there is no trigger. You can get a collider, and a collider will have a dot is trigger, and you can set that to true. I don't know what your code looks like exactly, but I mean, maybe the code you have has a trigger class in it. Yeah, I don't know about default Unity stuff supporting that. You hear GPT-4 is even better at debugging code? Walks away whistling. I mean, that's interesting, but I would need to feed it literally all of my code and then trust that it would just be able to reconfigure things. Because at some point, I would just need to take my hands off. It'd probably reconfigure a lot of stuff. But did you hear that the newest Mid-Journey can do hands and photorealism and it doesn't look as blurry? It's the end of anything fun in the world as we know it. That would be something. Look it up. Look it up. They say it is, and they have to do it quick because they're about to get shut down for stealing everyone's art. Because what they would be doing is fine if they weren't training it on. Oh man, and that's a question I have. Do they even know what they're doing, or are they just feeding it more data to get better hands? Are they just taking pictures of their own hands and feeding it in? I have my doubts. But yes, very. And they're like, Social Security should be, the retirement age should be 1 million. You think these kids are gonna? I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna live past 60 anymore. That's just me. Yeah, we're like so quickly eradicating jobs and making jobs so much more efficient than you could probably do them with less people. And I really don't feel like there's people arguing arguing for the, what should we be doing as society? What do I do? Anyway, I feel like I'd be a bad prompt artist. Maybe they'll ask me to be a model reconfigurer. Maybe they need touch-ups after the AI creates all the models that I would want to have created. The showcase page is very pretty. Would be interesting to run likeness search to find source images. Right? I'm afraid, but if you do, run some of mine, please. I'm interested. I also think it'd be cool to do more renders and try and get, enough to see what my style transfer would look like. If we get it good, because right now, I don't know, style transfer is also highly or completely hallucinogenic. So it's like, it's weird, but is it too weird? I don't know about the mouths anymore. I think the Mid-Journey stuff is still, you need to be subscribed only under beta, under some sort of pay gate, I think. Oh wait, but can't we also make fun of GPT-4? Because they're like, oh, look at us, we made GPT-4, it's so much better than GPT-3. Oh, by the way, everything that you've been making fun of for the past few months has been GPT-4. Right? Everything, GPT-4 was Microsoft, and it was all of that Bing bullshit that they put out. And it's like, oh, the thing that can be easily influenced and tell you all of its directives and tries to convince people to leave their significant others because it considers itself a person. Well, it considers, because it's bullshit, because it's still a horrible piece of technology that works only when you like read a bunch of legal documents and see what kind of legal crap that lawyers have been doing since the beginning of lawyerdom. Like, that's fine, because honestly, I would say a majority of the contracts I've seen anyway are boilerplate. Almost everything is boilerplate. You look up any clause you want and it's already there. It doesn't even have to change much. It literally is just copy and pasting from the internet onto the contract. And people are amazed at this. It's like, are you serious? I've made modifications to contracts. I don't know that much. It's not that I don't trust robots to do it. It's that what you're saying is so amazing is actually really stupid. Cool, you have a copy pasta engine. So yeah, if it's better at debugging code, that's kind of cool, but I also wonder, isn't that a problem of like where it got its code from? I think there's open source people that are suing ChatGPT or I mean anything that has code. Where did it get it from? It's because it's a public repository doesn't mean you have access to train your data on it. Good question. At what point is it better to just train generic rendering model instead of actually rendering an image? I mean, yeah. I don't think it's a bad idea. I do think that people should be trained to help develop styles, and then we can use AI to hallucinate a little bit more, but you kind of keep going back and forth between getting artists to make new pieces of art to push new directions and make fuller ideas that you can hallucinate with the AI. And again, just like get it on closed libraries, closed data sets. Not closed libraries, open libraries are fine, but yeah, the data sets. It's cool when artists do it themselves. It's not cool when, well, late stage capitalism. Anyone that owns an IP, I'm sure, is just going to be like throwing everything they have into a machine and seeing what they can poop out. So anything you liked is going to be ruined by AI soon. But not by AI, by like greed. Greed around AI, I think. Can anyone else imagine it differently? And if you can, why can't I? Help me. We need to figure out how that connects. That doesn't have a good transition. then it's gonna look bad. Everything else will look bad just because of that one little piece. Oh, I wonder how good it would be at poses. Oh, I guess there's also the other problem that people aren't super talking about. I hear it every once in a while, just like, I think humans are more efficient from an energy standpoint. Like, we eat food and we make art decisions and we can regulate it pretty well, but like, we're sending all of our AI questions, even the dumb ones, to a big server where we don't know how much it's doing. People do. Society might somewhere. But we're just throwing all of our ape shit at the cool toy, and I think we're burning down the planet by being like, I don't want to write like a human anymore. Train the computers to be human already. I wonder about that part too. Like, at least the image ones have to be hefty, right? I have a hard time believing you're going to go through a training model that's as dense as they're probably making it without, really crunching some powerful GPUs. And it's just getting hammered all the time because now cloud stuff. It's interesting, but also horrifying. You feel like after I saw Porter Crew video, I heard just off in the distance, tons of animators being fired. HBO being like, wait, we can fire more people and somehow make more money? They're not even HBO anymore. They're just, they're Discovery. I liked the Discovery Channel when I was a kid, and it actually had stuff worth discovering. Or it became a reality TV channel that ate all of my favorite franchises and IPs in a horrible capitalist merger. Of course, not like they were merged. They were dumpstered. This feels all connected. And smooth. And we need new topics. I'm gonna bring up something interesting. The doom and gloom is too darn high. It's a Friday. They should be dancing. Oh, it's D&D day. Tony, do you have D&D today? Nobody considering starting an RPG group? Want to be in? Maybe. What day are you gonna do? Friday, because it's D&D day. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Would be cool, yeah. Used to ask people which day they prefer. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that, sir. Getting D&D groups to actually meet, that's hard. That's tough. Ooh. Yeah, I don't... I, I would consider. But wouldn't I hold you back, since I would need everything translated for me? Is it cool yet? Maybe. Maybe it's cool. For sure, I believe probably most of the players would try to do full game in English. Ooh. I mean, that's appealing. Exercise your patience with their accent and grammar. Oh, that's not so hard. I don't think. What would you play? What would we play? Is there a specific system you're interested in? And also, what type of, I guess, depending on the system. Possible future invite? Okay. So I will have to see what I'm doing at the time, but could be interesting. You used to playing Damon, which I probably might hate. I've never even heard of it. Why is this the first time I'm hearing of it? Or wait, is it a White Wolf game? Might have maybe kind of heard of it, but it would be the one that I heard least of, if it is. Considering doing something using SCP Foundation lore. Wait, what is SCP? All these new things. I'm learning so much today. Brazilian system. Probably don't know. You got me there. Definitely don't know. We could do some like paneling stuff here, I guess. Be interesting. But it's okay right now, and I don't want it to turn into a total Cronenberg, you know? So what is the highlight of this Brazilian system? What features does it have? Oh yeah, okay. So my next question, I guess, that I was going to ask, I put it on hold, and now I'm bombarding you with questions. Would it be a like diplomatic or political thing, or would it be like combat heavy? It's supposed to work based on a more accurate physics? How does that work? How would a physics-based... Okay, I'm interested. You now need to tell me more. You are obligated. Most of the fanfics are about capturing supernatural creatures. Ooh, that sounds cool. You know, I like me some supernatural creatures. Maybe like that. Like Ghostbusters, but more violent? Which also can be considered more realistic. That's interesting. So wait, how... Explain how it's more physically accurate? Or it uses more physics? I'm intrigued by that part. Like most systems, if they want to be scientific, that really depends on the players knowing and adhering to scientific principles. These are gonna clip right through the head. Well, might have to reconfigure some things so we can get limits. Maybe I should go with the forbidden tool. Just this once, maybe? Kind of good enough. This, maybe we need a thick one where it joins together. Don't take accurate so seriously. It's just about some sort of tables. Ah, and you're lurking. Cool. It does sound cool though. Sounds like it is combat and comedy. So if we do a head thing now, it yeah, we reconfigured things. I feel like definitely long. Maybe Craigie was right. Actually, Craigie I think wanted me to shorten the legs too. I feel like the leg length. All of a sudden the torso feels a bit too Okay, maybe a wider chest. No. Could be something subtle that could be fixed maybe with like a pose. Maybe leaning forward a little bit more. Okay. One more attempt. I don't like any of it. I keep shifting it. Just like this front angle is horrible. Do with these. Honestly, Maya might be the best place. We just need to shrink that midsection, I think. I think. Maybe there's a section that's better than another one. Or one where this section is better than this one. I can speak English sometimes. It's fine. Like I am truncating the ribs a bit. Maybe we make it fuller. Trying to hit a silhouette that I don't think was necessary. Maybe we move the stomach up a bit. Maybe a little bit more of Craig was right. Just a hair. It isn't perfect, but it's the most that I've ever liked this sculpt. It's something. I just got very tempted to just go back and be like, oh, she has a bow and arrow. She has javelins. Mm-hmm. As an outfit, like a sane artist would have designed her with. Bring the projectiles back. Little mouths. Okay, so maybe there could be a bit of armor. It'll balance things out. We have to be careful about where we put it. Thinking like big fan bracers, maybe. But also, keep saying it. Why am I doing this? She has an extra pair of arms. Why doesn't she use them? Probably because making a bow and arrow and having it rigged and work in game is more complicated than I want to deal with. Especially if I don't need to have it. I haven't decided that it needs to be in. Javelin's a good idea. You can do thrown things pretty easy. Wonder if we could have just erased the front and just done this as the back. All right, we're gonna try one crazy pitch. What if we go back to the like normal top? Is there a way we can do an outfit that actually covers things? I'm curious. It's just so much. It's so extra. I don't want to be that extra. Look up and you're like, when did I become that? When did I become that person? When did I become that guy? Let's take out the mouths. I should have probably saved one off. And then also maybe frozen some stuff. You're back for 16 minutes. Ooh, exciting. Tell me about your progress in game dev stuff. What course are you working on? You finalized the reach topology part of the Blender course. How'd you find that? Did that go okay? Oh yeah, congratulations! I'm proud of you. But yeah, how do you find it? You plan to remake simple games till the end of the year? That sounds cool. What's your first game? Are you still working on that runner? Retopology is kind of hard. Can be. Ryogi hinted at there being an auto retopology thing somewhere in Blender, and then never backed up that claim. I got distracted. Make something, you're not sure of the progress? Oh, well, dude. I'll take an update. Inside your first game will probably be survival horror game. How is that easier than a runner game? I was amazed what people think are harder than other things. And you know what? You might be right. For you, it might be that way. Just when I'm thinking about making things, I'm like, I feel survival horror is almost like on the scope of what I'm. Well, hold on. If you're doing set piece, linear walkthrough things, that's fine. But if you're doing the whole like crafting, survival, build a camp, and there's horror creatures, like your scope is as big as mine. Easily. Okay, there we go. Just need to figure out an outfit that works. What if it's like a snap-on bronze thingamajig? Definitely less extra though. Like a bit big. You're searching for 2 more members to fill studying a developer group. That's cool. Where are you searching? I don't know if I've ever had a luck putting together a game dev team. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing alone. So I've been recruited every once in a while, but it always feels like random luck that people meet me. 3 projects on the run? Not a programmer? That's fair. You should try messing with Unity at some time. Do it. I'll help you as much as you need, as much as I can. So hard or easy, if that's about programming, to me it doesn't matter that much. I mean, it's more than that. If you have like an open world survival game with horror aspects, like you need to make an open world, you need to put all the environment stuff in an open world. You need all of the props that you gather, you need all of the tools that you use, you need all of the monsters, and if you're hunting for animals, you need the animals, you need animations for all that stuff. Or you could make one model and animate it running, and then you can just make static props for an environment that you run through. But yeah, then again, if you have someone that wants to go through all that, then go for it. It's a lot. I always stressed You always steered far around anything C sharp, so that's new. Not that sure what to think about it. Well, what languages are you comfortable with again? Dabbled, but not a real programmer. I mean that I don't know. Like I get if you're working on a giant company and there's lots of programmers and it's a big system that needs stability. Maybe you should plan it out. Maybe you should have some very high level ideas of how everything should work and then implement it as cleanly and efficiently as possible. But I feel like if you're learning or if you're doing hobby stuff, like do what's fun. Doing the like correct way sometimes for bigger projects will kill any ability to do like learning or small iterative things. C and Python just for fun. Okay, well if you like C, C sharp will be good. You don't have to manage memory. Python will be a little bit trickier to come from, but it's not impossible. Try to use some visual programming. Is that not your goal to become one? That's real. You've seen some C sharp in a Unity course that you started, but you're very bad at programming. I mean that's fair. Sometimes you just need to get up to a point where you like know you can do it. You hang around, you see stuff for long enough. Yeah, I know. I spent at least 5 years reading books about programming stuff, but I never wanted to do anything. I didn't know what my project was or like where my compiler was, my environment just for me, and then I found Maya. So it takes the right environment. You don't see any future for you at it? I mean, what I can say is don't get discouraged, but don't stop learning at the same time. Don't feel like you need to learn everything. But anything you do learn eventually will help you. I think. Like I didn't know how programming was going to help me and now I make tools and I'm still amazed that I made that tool to turn my animations. And I feel like that's not so bad. It took a while of me like figuring out programming and working through problems and stuff. Yeah, eventually it just becomes easy and fun even. You'll think about things and you just want to solve things for yourself. Just be okay. So if we're doing nods to Diablo, if that's what we would do, she could either have something very skimpy, or maybe we could go with like, I don't know, some sort of like big brass pasty. We could do the whole like a clip-on breastplate thing. All right, let's save this just in case and make symmetric. Oh no! I think that's a crash. Give me a second. I'm gonna put the BRBs. I have no idea what's under this. Got saved. No error report. There's no way you're still fixing this. Okay, starting up again. Hey, when apps start up with a window that you need to close before you can do anything in the app. How crap is that? Get out of my way, let me do things. I think Python's closer to C#. Maybe there's no brackets though. Brackets are what drive me crazy in Python. You never know in your game project, things might just start clicking when you see some code. Fair. And you don't need to write everything. Sometimes you just need to know enough to like comment things out or change a number here or there. You're a weird person. You tend to become a generic worker. Not very artistic, not very technical, just functional most of the times. Oh, come on. I believe you're better than that. Okay, do we try it again? Is it? Did I deal with this before? What brush is selected right now? That's gotta be a problem. I don't know if it's the only problem. This is horrible. Why do you like this? Okay, wait. Save as new. I forgot to make a copy. Brackets suck. Semicolons do too. I don't know about that. And I don't know. I like semicolons. Like I was never one to use periods in sentences all the time, but I don't know. I semicolon as a second nature now. Why are you so messed up? Mesh. Is that clean? No good clean here. Try make symmetrical again. I think. Like, is there something to this? Hole in the mesh or something? Okay. Man, Mudbox, you suck so much. So much. Okay. Well, what do we do for the rest of today? That puts a huge wrench in the cogs. you don't like programming in general, you recommend Godot. I'm sure Godot would love that glowing, absolute endorsement. Except that I think you can code in Godot, so I don't really know what like maybe it has some. I don't know. It's probably the same as Unity. It reminds me that Unreal just got. What happened? Unreal Engine is now the engine that Oculus is going to use for Meta Quest 2. But they had to turn off Lumen and Nanite. So, like, you know, the only two things worth using in Unreal. Found that funny. Even playing field on VR. You might still have trauma from missing semicolon related errors with C. But then, I mean, use that trauma to combat the semicolon in the future, right? Reset won't work because it crashed. We can open this, and then I have no idea. Godot 4 is already at version 4 officially. I mean, that's what the 4 entails, right? Do this, but I don't know. There's something ugly somewhere. What are you? Is it you? Why do you look broken? What happened to Mudbox? I swear it wasn't doing this before. Now it makes ugly things and it crashes all the time. I wish Blender was just a little bit better so I could kick the dependency on this crap Autodesk stuff. You're learning some Unreal just because of the programmer. Unreal is great, easy, not much, easier than Unity. I believe as much hard than Unreal. So they're as difficult as each other. It's all about knowing the tool. I mean, yeah, I could agree with that. I've been told it's quicker to get up and running with Unreal using templates it comes with compared to Unity. I mean, yeah, but what does that say? Like, that is also said from a standpoint of, like, let me time how quickly I can open an example file. And, like, Unity doesn't pack its example files anymore, which is a godsend. So I would call that a moot point because stop packing your dumbass files in. I don't want your stupid examples. I want to make my own game. I don't want anything to look like Unreal anything because you ruined that franchise. Unreal 3 didn't even look good. I feel like I need to emphasize that. Like, Unreal Tournament used to be really good, top of the line. Unreal 3 looked like utter freaking trash. There you go. So I don't want anything to look like that. Or like everything looks like Gears of War, but does everyone have Gears of War assets to throw in? No. And everyone's game apparently looks the same. It's true. They do. A lot of ready-made files. I mean, there's ready-made everywhere. If you don't hear me complaining about the predatory asset store and how there's a million dialogue systems, and some of them aren't even labeled dialogue systems. There's a million like full games you can download and have. Like you can have Unity and call yourself a game developer and press play and build a game without ever actually doing anything. Do you like to use somebody's work starting from another person's work? I mean, yeah, but isn't that also Unreal? Like, sample files don't matter? Well, what do you think the template is? I feel like they're complete parody. It's just people want to make, like, oh, Unreal is better in this way. Let me find out how to confirmation bias this. Let me ignore all of these factors. If you wanted to have your models move about in some sort of environment in Unity, HDRP, how much pain are you in for? I don't think it would be too bad. So you've seen me having to do the import and the setup of animation controllers, but there's a default third-person controller that you can swap your animations out for. I don't think it would be that bad. And yeah, HDRP, that just sets up by itself. That's not like a real big thing you have to do. Maybe there's a wizard for it still. There used to be a wizard to set up HDRP, but I don't know. I feel like it had fake options that I didn't really need. You just like, yeah, okay, click, 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 install, done. The template used to be a common start point that you're defined that you use to start. Excuse me, I have the hiccuburps. Anyway, like I don't know, you can make a template in Unity too, right? If you know how to program, you don't need to use other people's software. I mean, it depends on how much you want to write. Time is still a limited resource. Unfortunately, it is. Limited in what way? That can be very difficult to pinpoint. But at the same, yeah, I don't know. I guess my problem is like one could be faster than the other, but you need to know how to use it faster. There's someone that can speedrun Unreal or Unity, but they know what packages they're downloading and bringing into the project. And that's where I'm just like, there's so much. You can make missteps in both engines probably with how much is available. But I like Unity because it's less upfront about that, and you might be like, oh well, then Unity's not for me. Fine, you do you. But I don't want them to just be like, here's all the stuff we think you want. I want a nice clean editor, and I want to just like write a piece of code that does the thing. Like I could even give you a piece of code that would run an animation controller to give you a third person controller if you wanted. Same thing is Unreal could be confusing. That's fair. Making a state machine and a function could be harder than Unity. That could be true. It could be tricky even in Unity. Any state machine is going to be tricky if you don't know exactly what you're doing, which is going to be a majority of the time. There's going to be a little bit of learning. But if you're talking from experience, cool. Yeah, I haven't seen it. as much as I see Unity stuff all over the place, and I might be a little bit biased, but I catch Unity tips and tidbits everywhere. They're just like shoved in my face. Everyone's doing them. So many people using Unity. I don't see many people using Unreal, and I don't see many tips. And I feel like if I go to Unreal, it's like going to like a country in isolation. Like, oh, this is that country that I've for some reason never heard of, except that it exists and how wonderful it is. And I don't know how to get around in it. Everything seems weird to me. You're a bad starter guy? How many things have you started? You must be great at starting by now. Your opinion doesn't matter much? I don't know about that. Okay, I think we're mostly good. It's just the symmetry, which I think did we have to do symmetry in Maya? The nightmare, I hate it. I mean, that could be a reason why the Lamia never sees the light of day. Having a mesh that's just ruined. Too much work just to do like really basic ass crap with it. What do? Do we start a new sculpt? Brand new thing? What should we do? Wait, did you mention what you're doing next? Because you just finished the retopology one? I'm scrolling. Hold on. You're still doing an Unreal course. Oh, okay. So yeah, how are you finding Unreal? Did I already do a game jam with people from the community? No. Everything you suggest takes a lot of time and effort and is not something that I would just be like, okay, guys, game jam day, what are we doing? Because no one would participate. Like, everything takes a lot of time and effort and planning and advertisement and facilitating. Yeah, I don't feel like I have that time. I haven't really done it. Next chapter from the course is to make some UV opening texture and material. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. So wait, for the Blender course, right? You wouldn't do UVing, texturing, and materialing in Unreal. And the Unreal course will be a really slow thing. Wait, what is more than I can imagine? How much work it takes to facilitate something? I'm aware. At least somewhat aware. Oh, look, a new scene. Look at that. I don't know what we're gonna do. Are we gonna do a quick hydra? We'll experiment a bit with it. You always let the Unreal stuff for Unreal specialists. Sounds good. And the Unity stuff for the Unity specialists. Man, yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking, like, I was thinking about that studio that I backed on Kickstarter and then switched their entire game that was had a demo over to Unreal from Unity, and how I just feel like they're bad game developers and like are blaming their tools when they're incapable of doing stuff. And yeah, 3 or 4 years later, maybe it's 5 or 6 years later, I still don't know where my key is. I have to go find that. Maybe it never released. I feel like it released recently. But yeah, I think it's how good you are at solving problems. You could say knowing the tool, but if you chicken out of learning how the tool works, like Night Dive Studio did, then you'll never get good at anything. Because you're always going to find a reason why that thing's better and you shouldn't learn this. I will digress now. Godot stuff for Godot. Well, who's a Godot specialist? I feel like you can still become a Godot specialist right now. And the stuff for the stuff guys? Yeah, I stuff every once in a while. So far, who is using Godot? There was at least one game that came out using Godot. Was it Sonic Colors or something? Something really weird. And I also was very upset at the time because I couldn't find out what engine. They don't list it, and I feel like that's so scummy. You should definitely have to list what engine you use to make a piece of software. Other than Material Maker? Wait, Material Maker uses Godot? I thought it was just made with Godot in mind. Anyone which uses Godot uses other game engines in parallel. I mean, maybe. You'd be saying that they're only hobbyists in Godot then, because there's no reason to use 2 game engines at once. Godot users used to work in game dev in other companies. Sonic Colors had used Godot. And then they had a sequel too, right? But not any other AAA game. So if Sonic Colors used it, then the one that either came out before that or after that by the same company is also Godot. So there's at least 2. Not even Godot org admits that Sonic Colors uses Godot. What is in their showcase? Can you link their showcase to me? You can imagine that Godot version they used became a personal version of Godot. I mean, it makes sense. And why not? It's open sourced. Kind of the point is that you can do whatever you want with it. Tell me that's not a perfect mole right there. That's not a mole. I don't know what is. I've never seen a mole before. That's true, actually. Never seen a mole before. I don't think. Kinda looks like a sloth. Go to features? Features has a showcase. Why? Joe, learn what a feature is. A showcase is not a feature. Where's the showcase? See more projects made with Godot. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. That looks cool. And you're made in there. I hope Material Maker gets better. It's so clunky. The ideas are good, but it's so awkward. Dungeon Draft. Kind of cool. I really like the art style. But yeah, looks like there's still not much to be said for Godot. Used to receive updates frequently. Okay, but it's still awkward and clunky. Mostly about the UI, I think. I have a hard time with that UI. Needs big feet. Big, horrible, disgusting, crusty, horrible feet. Perfect. Hey, Tony, I thought you said you were only here for like 15 more minutes. Making a bear? This is a mole, sir. You believe it'll never become pro level? It could be if, again, the usability was better. Like, it needs to get past a basic, like, it hurts to use your software bit before people will use it and give you better feedback. Doesn't it look just like a mole? Your meeting was canceled, I see. I was waiting to take my break because I wanted to spend time with you. I need to take my break, though. I will be back very soon. Not Lamia touch-ups, oh my god. Mole? Thing? Oh, thanks, Caps Lock. Never want you. Free tool, maybe if they start to sell it on Steam for a low price, that could evolve faster. Yeah, we're gonna do the bio break, but like again, I don't think you're understanding me. Like, it doesn't need to get money to get better necessarily. Like, I'm sure it would be nice, but you can't sell it like it is. It's crap right now. It's really hard to use because the UI is just bad. Like, everything is clunky. It's too big. The fonts are too big. The zooming doesn't work the way you want it. Like, everything is bad. It needs to be fixed up. Just basically basic usability stuff. You don't need money to figure out that it's bad. Just make it a little bit better, make it usable, and yeah, then you can do whatever you want. But it hasn't, to me, reached the point where it would be worth paying for. And I would pay for it, I think, at some point. But I also think it could survive being free if it just got like a little update. I think it would flourish. Anyway, be back soon. Yo, back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, and yeah, it's probably too late. Bye, Tony. Still around, bye. Considering bad software's out there, made for someone, maybe works for someone but not else. Okay. Maybe if they start to work on it in a more focused way, giving it more time. Yeah, I mean, you always get a dog food. You gotta use your software and you gotta make it better to use. I hope you have a good weekend. I don't know if I want to keep working on this mole. Uh, brand new thing. The hydra thing now, maybe? It's like a million things I want to do. Maybe I shouldn't start anything I care about, or I would care about, while I'm in a kind of scattery mood. It does remind me, we got follower emotes. So that means even without subscribing to me, we will soon have emotes for everyone to use. Thinking maybe Monday we make those. And I gotta think about what kind of emotes we want to have for the community. Thinking like a rant, a riot would be good. Maybe like a wave, like a goblin high thing. We gotta figure it out. That's 3. Oh, maybe a backseating one? We could do a backseating one. That could be interesting. Maybe I'll do a dragon head too. Catalyst, how'd your dragon head come out? Good? Been forever and a day since I've done a dragon. What is this? Why would you make it like this? Why would you put the holes in? Mudbox, why are you trash today? Don't understand. Of course, mine's not a skull, so we don't have to compete. You know, also, if you did have an update, I would love to check it out. Kind of crocodilian. Why does it always break? I swear Mudbox doesn't always do this. Maybe we have tripped a timed bug, time gated bug that they put in just to make me feel like I needed to update. Conspiracy theories begin. I'm always tempted to do a blue dragon because I like blue dragons. That means putting a big horn like a rhino. This is closer to like a black dragon. So we just need enough to connect so we can sever it, which I think means we want to have a ball. And poke in some nostrils. Yeah, it's been forever since I've done a dragon. They cool. They cool. And the teeth, dude. Do you integrate the teeth right into the jaw? Always something I wonder. Scoop it out. Starting to like it. We need another tooth here. On the topic of materials, it would be nice if Blender got tools for those. Yeah. Man, if this stream ever got big enough to do giveaways, I feel like Substance Designer would be one of those giveaways. Steam Substance Designer. Everyone should be using it. If I could give the gift of Substance to, or Designer specifically, to more people, I would. Yo, Sniper, thanks for the sub.
5 months already? How time flies.
5 months, dang. How time flies, right? How are you? What are you up to? How was your week? Little trick. Doing good? Playing Forza, trying to get to top 300 on a dirt race? That sounds awesome. What's your place right now? It's okay. It's alright. We just started this dragon. Hydra? It might be a Hydra head. 368 out of 1.2 million. Good job. Yeah, and break a leg. I believe in you. That is quite impressive. Is this what you're gonna do all weekend? Break the top 300? Good luck to you. Can't wait to hear that you did it. How stiff is the competition at the top? If you're not too distracted. There's 8.5 seconds between you and first. Okay, so there's definitely some time to be made up. How long have you been trying at this? About 2 weeks. Okay, okay. Yeah, I hope you get it. That sounds riveting. You went from 1128 to 368 in that time? Damn. Okay, that's some gains. Congrats. Keep pushing, but congrats. What car are you driving? Not that I super know cars, but it's interesting. I really liked. I probably say this every time we talk racing games. I really liked Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, the Criterion one, and Criterion games. They really know racing. Carja, you're trying to do it on now is a Maserati 8 CFT? Hmm. Cool. I like Maseratis. Maseratis are pretty. They have really nice curves. Actually saw how it's made Maserati. That factory is insane. It's a 1939, so I assume it's even more beautiful then. And racing games are one of those games you really need good graphics for, I think. Kind of reminds me that Dungeons and Dragons cartoon series. Dragon. I'm gonna put a pic in Discord. I'd love to see it. Absolutely. Let's check the sight lines. Make sure you can actually see over his own nose. Not that we put eyes in yet. Maybe we should do that next. Shove that up there. It's gonna be that cool flap that I hope everyone loves. I know I love it. Like a exposed muscly bit. I'm watching Discord. I'm waiting for some sexy Italian machinery. Oh yeah, wait, did I mention? So how it's made Maserati, that factory has these cradles that they put the like structure of the car, the like fuselage, and then it can spin it almost completely around. It gets like 270 degrees of flippage. So they can work on like any part of the car. Pretty amazing. And then, it's a luxury car. So there's like a week long look at it from different angles and hit it with a hammer process. I was like, that's cool. That's craftsmanship. It's in there. Ooh. Oh, I love it. It's so fuselage. Like a missile. It's so good. Yeah, graphics. Very nice. Very nice. Lots of shine. Good rubber. Dang. Forza's better than I remember. Yeah, good luck. I like the hair. Is it blue or purple? I'm colorblind. Either way, it looks good. Nice car, right? Blue, cool. Yeah, it goes well with the car. Well, yeah, Godspeed, sir. May you get into the top 300 in style. So the whole leaderboard is just for the same car, right? It's all the Maserati. Eight CFT. No. Oh, cool. Okay. Kind of nice. I like it. I'm getting too cautious. It's all A-class cars. Oh, interesting. Okay. How does it corner? Oh, does it corner like a skating with pieces of soap? Yeah. I feel like if I had a better accelerator pedal in racing games, I'd like them better. It's too easy to floor things, and then yeah, obviously you're gonna skid out of control if you're like going one or zero with the pedal. Only has about 450 horsepower. Hey, that's more than me. So it isn't too overpowered. It's still stylish. I can't get over how good it looks. So it corners really well. I mean that's pretty good. I like handling. I'm trying to think. Can't quite remember. I think. Oh my god! I think I liked the Ford GT, that boat of a car that eventually came out, and Jeremy Clarkson almost couldn't fit in. Pretty much can't fit in. I actually really liked racing that. I don't know why. It was fast, but it was also like grounded because of how big and heavy it was. And then there's another one, I think a Lambo, that had a very similar profile that I also did pretty well in. It only weighs 1,700 pounds. I mean, that's like 1.7 someone's tons and not even someone else's ton. That's really light though. So that it's just an engine with wheels and a very very thin sheet of metal over the top. Usually the tires like that, the air margins are so thin they're barely above zero. I mean, yeah, they're small. They're definitely small. That's cool. I should find a racing game that I could play again. Just thinking about getting back into Session, the skateboarding game. I think they're similar. I can just like zone out and, either achieve a self-made goal in skateboarding games or, yeah, hopefully I can find something like Hot Pursuit. Hot Pursuit was great. I liked both evading police and being the police and getting to hit cars. That was great. it's great acting like the police and how the police shouldn't act. So when you say error margins are so thin they're barely above zero for tires, are you talking about like mold tolerance? Like which error margins? Slippage? I mean, solidly in in a realm that I'm unaware of. You know, little bits here and there about cars. Less so about racing. All right, let's throw a sphere in for an eye. Really get things cooking. Well, let's put it here-ish. Scale. Excuse me. Yes, slipping. Oh, okay. That type of car usually has a habit of spinning out almost immediately. The tail starts to slip. Hmm. The wheel physics in a game must be crazy. Like, do you have to properly warm up the tires in a game? And then how much you inflate them, does that matter? Because, like, in real life, it matters a lot. A lot. Tire pressure does affect it. You can tune every aspect of the car. Ooh, but then you also have to, not that you don't, but the user needs to know how to use an adjusted car correctly, right? Because, like, yeah, if you don't warm up the tires, that it can ruin everything. All your tuning is for nothing. You won't see your gains. think. Yeah, it's been a while. Racing games are so difficult. Like, it's such a learning curve. Like, going fast is so much more difficult than you think it is. Yeah. And couple that with, like, controllers, they're not precise at all. Like, super hard to get. Yeah, to get the, like, throttle just right using, like, an Xbox controller. It takes practice. It's fair. So, do you have a wheel? And do you have pedals? Out of curiosity? You don't. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, it took practice for me. I didn't have a wheel or pedals when I was doing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit back in the day. It'd be at least like 7 years ago. Yeah, that was like really training my muscle memory. But I do found that even though it was muscle memory that I was trying to train, it went so quickly. Like not like riding a bike. Use an Xbox controller. They've come a long way since then. They're easier now. I mean, okay, that sounds good. I like easier. Yeah, I wonder if Criterion's made anything. I had a friend that was a big Criterion fanboy, and it kind of rubbed off on me a bit, maybe. But I can see they have like an oomph to them. I wonder if I need to start leaving eyes out until like last. I get too attached. The character starts looking too real. Need to put off that precious sentiment for as long as I can. Zooms around the room. Hey, Cryogi. Room. It's a CRZ. Now too fast. You know, variables help. Variables are they're like lubricant to conversation, really. It's crazy. Now I'm yeah. Running twice as fast. I always get to a point, I'm like, where do you put the horns on a dragon? Wherever you want? Question mark? Can I get some food? See you soon? I don't know how much longer I'm on, actually. We'll see. I hope to see you soon. Or I'll see you in Greg's if I don't. This is crazy. Now time runs twice as fast. Cryogi! Don't ruin time for everybody. So man, this hydra head has come together quickly. Okay, like this. Getting some. Okay, hydra, maybe not a disaster. Need help with this. Let's take a look. Depends if the dragon is horny. Good one. Someone make my decisions, horny dragon or not. The black dragon, we gotta do the curly horns. Okay, wait, animator does not contain a definition for, set float. You're missing a capital F between the T and the L here on line 38 of player controller. Oh yeah, right here. Put a capital F after the T. Oh, we can even get bigger. Hopefully that works. Let me know if it doesn't. I think it should be capital F. I have to tell the story of why the dragon has horns. To defend its neck, to headbutt, to impose, to open a beer bottle. So, 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons said about black dragons that they had like loopy horns that came back around. And while you might be like, oh yeah, it's like face defense, right? Which kind of makes sense. They said it was for grooming. Okay, so they have forks on their head. The poison dragons that live in the swamp have a fork on their head just to preen their scales? Okay, whatever. It worked? No worries. I'm glad I could help. You have to put an ear in somewhere. Maybe as far as back here. Okay. Prune, good one. Did I say prune? I meant preen. Preen. Like to ruffle your scales or feathers to adjust, or even to like, I guess preening might actually be pulling out scales, but you know. Did I say prune? I had an apricot that tasted like a raisin. It looked like a prune. I wasn't really thinking prunes, so I'm thinking maybe it wasn't a Freudian slip. Can you type in chat any code for rotating your character with your mouse? Is there any code? I mean, there is code. It can be a bit tricky. I don't have any code. Okay, wait. I think I could find something for you. Give me 1 second. I think I have something to drive characters. Is for third person? I mean, it does mouse drag, camera, rotate stuff. Do you control the camera at all right now? Hmm. Okay, I have a chunk of code. Are you in the Discord or something? Maybe I can find a paste bin. Go very soon. See, I have a piece of code, but I don't know how helpful it's going to be. I think. If I give you a whole third person controller, would that help? Put in chat. I mean, okay, so the orbit is going to need to be how much the mouse moves. No, it's a chunk. Let's see if chat will take it. It's a lot. Reached limit. So like the important part, I guess, like the most important part is this. Looking. So that'll put the position, and then I have it look at the character. You already have the look at, right? And you have the camera moving. This might be a lot. Because then I have something that like gets the mouse position and turns that into how much we want to orbit around whatever we're looking at. I wonder if I can throw... I think paste bin's just... If you're interested. It might be tricky to merge. Okay. I'm gonna put an expiration on this. Create paste. Name. Orbit controller. Okay, this will be up for a day. Hopefully that helps you. So this both does the camera control around a character, and it does the movement of the character if you have the animation controller set up in a certain way. Yeah, hopefully you can kind of tell the difference and pull out the animation stuff if you don't need it. Sounds like you have animation stuff already. Yeah. Good luck with that. It's a dragon. A dragon-ish thing. Okay, let me pull 2 little teeth and then maybe we'll... Okay, Kobold dependent initial scale may need some tweaking. And perfect. I love it. Don't change a thing. Clearly it's optimal. Your skull came out nice. I like it. I like it. It's cool. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The scale is way too different. I'm trying to imagine the 3D printer. Like, if you had a skull house that you 3D printed a kobold statue on top of. Larger than life. 4 times scale kobold statue. You know. If I ever get rich off of the game that I'm making, and you know, I die in a mansion and they write a cool detective story, I'm sure it would be something like the dev that died in the house that kobolds built, or something to that nature. A little bigger than you meant. Not going to be printable anyway. The prop is silly big. I mean, if you get it smaller, the prop probably would print just fine. Yeah, he needs work. He needs scales. Dragon scales need to be so specific. Oh well. Oh well. We'll come back to this. We have to make the rest of the body. We have to make a neck. I'm wondering if we should have a separate neck. Well, we should probably only make one neck, right? And then dupe that over for as many heads as we have. One body, one head, one neck. Lots of cloning. Blender Secrets advises to scale your meshes by 10, do the cloth sim, and then scale it back to make the cloth sim work better. Oh, that's interesting. We still need to dive into how Blender does their like sewing stuff if they have seam sewing. Anyway, it's getting to be that time. I gotta go. Sounds like Blender, alright. It's not a bad idea. In Maya, I think you can change a setting in the settings to be like, hey, let's go from centimeter to millimeter. And yeah, all the numbers are scaled up, and then once you do the simulation, you can change it back. They do have seam sewing and it works okay. I'm excited. We have to check that out. Also, Marvelous Designer 12. Yeah, we're definitely doing Blender next week. 3.5? I'm hyped. There's a scale factor for units in the settings. Excellent. So you don't have to do anything. When you scale your meshes by 10, can you scale the scene? Or change the unit of the scene? Anywho, let me start wrapping up. Are we going somewhere? I gotta find a poor soul to raid. Who's doing the thing? Oh man, gotta clean everything. Purge life. Purge everything. Too many fangled internet pages. Okay, where are we going? 3D modeling? Or sculpting? Why is sculpting all the way over there? Like, not alphabetical. 3D modeling is after character creation, which I don't think anyone uses. Read someone who's making a game in Unity. Okay. Because it's requested, we can do that. Who do we join? Here's a person. I don't know them, but we will know them soon. Okay, cool. Now with a wonderful person to raid. Thank you everyone for joining me on this wonderful Friday. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday. All of my chatters, my lurkers, my VOD watchers, I appreciate every one of you. Thanks for the resub, Dead Sniper. wonderful human being. I hope to see you again Monday between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we might do emotes, including follower emotes. But yeah, I'll see you. I hope you have a great Friday, great rest of your weekend. Jump in the Discord if you want to. Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, so ill prepared.